Very good morning to you and welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24, reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. I'm Chimubi Walter Naji. Let's take the headlines. President Buhari receives 4 new ambassadors posted to Nigeria. Nigeria drafts COVID-19 protocol for animals. Former Ghanaian President Jerry Rawlings dies from complications of COVID-19. All right, and we'll begin from the State House, as the survival of humanity depends largely on how well the international community can effectively collaborate and cooperate towards attaining goals set for global peace and economic prosperity. Now, these are the words of President Muhammadu Buhari while addressing 4 new ambassadors posted to Nigeria on tour of duty by their respective countries.
The new envoys who presented their letters of credence to President Muhammadu Buhari were Daniel Bertrand from Belgium, Ba Abdurrahman of Mauritania, Thomas Seleshinja of Austria, and Not Eiliv Len from Norway. With this historic and remarkable event, the ambassadors have formally begun diplomatic responsibilities in Nigeria as defined by the provisions of the time-honored Vienna Convention. And as the nation continues to bask in the euphoria of his Diamond Jubilee celebration, President Muhammadu Buhari wants the envoys to take steps towards deepening existing relations between Nigeria and their countries for the benefit of their peoples.
Nigeria enjoys very good bilateral relations with your respective countries and has collaborated at the multilateral level to achieve targets set by several international conventions and treaties established by our respective nations. We need to enhance the existing cordial relations between us in the interest of our peoples and countries. Nigeria is ready to pursue broader dialogue as well as enhance cooperation and collaboration on the basis of constructive mutual respect and a shared vision for our future.
Nigeria, President Buhari explains, shares common problems of insecurity, impact of climate change, and socio-economic challenges common amongst nations, saying, however, that efforts are being intensified by his administration towards overcoming these difficulties.
As a global family, we are impacted by several other common challenges like terrorism, insurgency, climate change, population explosion, human trafficking, corruption, poverty, and now the global health pandemic, which coronavirus represents, considering its mayhem across the world. All these challenges underscore the need for the international community to make concerted efforts at resolving them in the interest of our common humanity.
The president also made a case for the international community and investors to take advantage of the country's diversity in human and natural resources for investment. Responding on behalf of the new envoys, Ambassador Daniel Bertrand of Belgium promised to make their stay in Nigeria more eventful and result-oriented.
I would like also to tell you that we are at your disposal in order to go ahead, to strengthen, to narrow our bilateral ties, not only in the economic and commercial fields, but also in the political and cultural fields.
All the new envoys were earlier on arrival at the State House treated to have a fitting diplomatic welcome by officers and soldiers of the Presidential Guards Brigade. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
And as part of measures to attract foreign investors, the federal government is promoting the adoption of alternative dispute resolution and creating the necessary infrastructure which will enhance the speedy resolution of business-related disputes. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo disclosed this during a virtual interaction with members of the French Business Confederation, an event that also featured representatives of several top French companies and officials from both governments of Nigeria and France. The Vice President noted that companies would rather resolve their disputes through commercial arbitration, an area he said government is looking to explore in greater details, and advised that alternative dispute resolution such as arbitration and mediation should always be in contract. On business competitiveness, the Vice President explained that the efforts made by the administration across diverse areas of creating conducive business environments is yielding results. On investments of government in the education and health sectors, the Vice President said the federal government, in collaboration with state government, is encouraging best practices. And the D8 Organization for Economic Cooperation is now targeting a significant increase of at least 10% in trade annually to meet up with sustainable development goals in addressing poverty, hunger, and health care among member states. The steps taken to pursue the agenda by the D8 bloc is the establishment of Health and Social Protection Program in Abuja. Usman Ali reports.
With this, the D8 Health and Social Protection Program Office, facilitated by President Muhammadu Buhari, demonstrates determination in the commitment by the Nigerian government on her pledge in the counterpart funds for the success of the bloc's decades of existence and prosperity. The 8 countries has a combined economy of $4.5 trillion, but the trade is less than $1 billion, and the new Health and Social Protection Program is deliberately capturing improvement in the cooperation, beginning with a 5-year plan of 10% annual increase in the volume of trade.
The task ahead of us is daunting and requires concerted efforts of member states and relevant stakeholders. In order to achieve the core objectives of the program and ensure its success, I wish to solicit the political will of member states towards the realization of this initiative through prompt funding and technical cooperation.
Secretary General of the D8 bloc, Ambassador Datoku Jafar Kushari, joins the session live on the stream and acknowledged the support by the Nigerian government.
As we commence operation, we will be supporting member states through resource mobilization. We will be supporting member states through use of evidence of data for performance and impact and then results. We will also be supporting member states through innovative financing and then health rates.
Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan and Turkey met up the D8 bloc. In Abuja, Usman Aliyu, NTA News.
Nigerian women have been advised to take advantage of ongoing free registration of businesses to benefit optimally from the 45% survival fund allocation by government. The Minister of State, Industry, Trade and Investment, Mariam Katagum, made the call at a launch of a Commodities for Export initiative in her ministry in Abuja. Benny Adams reports.
When the businesses are formalized, that they'll be able to access other government initiatives.
Equal rights between men and women are enshrined as fundamental human rights in the UN Charter. To further this goal, out of the ongoing disbursement of MSME's 75 billion naira survival fund, 45% has been allocated to the female gender. An advocate of he for she is the initiator of the scheme, aimed at building the capacity of women for economic prosperity.
GIC aims to harness available resources, human, financial, and technical, to help strengthen the capacity of women in the department and equip them to empower others to unleash the economic potentials of women in the commodity and export trade sector through impactful programs and activities.
The women are expected to benefit from the various support initiatives under the Survival Fund to add value to commodities that meet export quality. Benny Adams, NTA News.
Now, the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, welcomes the decision by the federal government to ratify the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. In a release by the Director General of NASIMA, Ambassador Ayo Olukoni, the trade group describes it as a reflection of the nation's commitment to be an effective player in the scheme of things through the historic trade and economic agreement. NASIMA observes that the ratification, which gives Nigeria the status of a state party, would also strengthen her position during negotiations, would also put NASIMA in role position to work closely with other stakeholders for the nation to fully harness the gains of the agreement when it takes off in 2021. Now, sustaining the implementation of critical projects numbering 28 is the priority of the FCT in 2021. The ministry has allocated more than 45 billion naira for that undertaking. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports on the budget defense session of the FCT and others at the House of Representatives.
The FCT ministry explained to the Committee on FCT that the entire project to be implemented within the capital city and satellite towns as reflected in the budget proposal are ongoing.
The Millennium Tower, which is a project that has been ongoing for quite some time and is meant to serve as an iconic landmark. We have made a provision that will allow us to complete a section of that particular complex.
The Ministry of Aviation also appeared before the House Committee on Aviation to give insight into its 2021 proposal of 78.9 billion naira.
We focus on the implementation of the aviation roadmap as approved by Mr. President. The roadmap will be implemented through public-private partnership.
The committee is counting on you as a former member of the House to provide us with necessary information that will assist us in passing this budget in good time.
Meanwhile, the House Committee on Public Procurement has urged the Bureau of Public Procurement to improve on its monitoring of projects for enhanced service delivery.
The committee will intensify its oversight function with a view to strengthen the Bureau to build and sustain an efficient country procurement system that meets international best practices.
The Bureau was exempted by Mr. President from the lockdown. We were allowed to work all through the period attending to the submissions of various agencies.
During the budget performance scrutiny of Nigeria Building and Road Research Institute, the House Committee on Science and Technology urged that it should channel its resources to youth empowerment.
Foreign firms still dominate the building and construction industry. Is it that NIBRI's mandate hasn't been achieved the way it should be? Because Nigerians should patronize their own locally made indigenous technology.
House Committee on Media and Public Affairs during a briefing says standing committees will hopefully from next week start submitting reports on the 2021 budget. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
All right, this news at 10 is reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. Still ahead. Director General of the NTA assesses damage at NTA Calabar after attack by hoodlums. Glad to have you back on the news. We now turn our attention to business. Nigeria's infrastructure sector needs $15 billion annually for the next half decade in order for it to grow. Rana Miagirani has more on this on business.
The current value of Nigeria's infrastructure is 35% of its GDP, a very low figure when compared to the 70% economies of the same size spend on infrastructure. Adekunle Oyinloye, CEO of the Infrastructure Bank, revealed this at a stockbrokers conference, stating that Nigeria would need $15 billion annually for the next half-decade to finance its infrastructure deficit. He, however, also noted that depending on public resources alone as a solution will cripple the economy even more. Dr. Emeka Okengu, a development economist, talks about alternative ways to finance Nigeria's infrastructure deficits.
So there are a lot of models for infrastructure. So it's not about the money. The money shouldn't scare you. I mean, government does not need to mint 15 billion to be able to make roads. If you also make roads and tow them, okay, as long as you have the human traffic and the load value, way bridges and all that, against that traffic on that road, you can actually borrow money, okay, or get into a PPP, if you may, to be able to develop the infrastructure.
Now let's take a look at how the stock market performed on Thursday, the 12th of November, 2020. With business news, I'm Ronami Egirani.
All right, thank you very much, Ronami. Now, the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing is to complete the construction of the remaining 2,140 units of houses under the National Housing Program in 34 states and the Federal Capital Territory in 2021. Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, was speaking at the Ministry's 2021 Budget Defense before the National Assembly Joint Committee on Housing. Ignatius Nkwo reports.
And Housing, Babatunde Fashola appeared before the National Assembly Joint Committee on Housing for another budget defense. In focus this time was the 76.4 billion naira appropriated to the housing sector in 2021 budget.
So the essence of these details is to help the committee in appraising the previous provisions and recommending appropriate provisions for the ongoing projects and new projects that will enhance the quality of life of Nigerians.
The ministry will focus on the completion of ongoing projects, including the 11 buildings of Federal Secretariats under rehabilitation.
So you will see again that we are trying to commit about 32 billion to public housing in one budget year for the whole country. This is less than 40 billion for Lagos in 2015.
Abia State has been able to provide the land. So I would also like to use this opportunity to appeal by ensuring that we are able to have Federal Secretariat for the state.
This outstanding liability accumulates over a period of time. So 65 billion or 69 billion is not a small money.
And I want to strongly advocate for partial privatization of Federal Mortgage Bank and Federal Housing Authority. Okay, the federal government should let go about 40% of these two enterprises.
The Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises, Alex Oko, has defended the agency's 2021 budget of 1.8 billion naira before the Senate Committee on Privatization.
Personnel is 1.3 billion, while capital is 168 million.
You will avail us the document so that we untie some of these things and know the way forward.
The Director General explained to the committee that the Afam power plants privatized at 105 billion naira passed through due process, as the Senate Committee emphasized on job creation through privatization of any government assets. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Now, emerging complexities and continued commitments to adopt fundamental approach in addressing critical demographic issues through regional efforts is shaping stakeholders' mindsets towards actualizing Nairobi's Summit on Population Development. Abubakar Usman Akwanga reports that Nigeria is one of the largest population destinations in the world and is already toeing the path of sustaining greater commitment in narrowing the gaps of poor reproductive and maternal health services as streamlined in the summit resolutions after 12 months of multilateral endorsements.
Nigeria, as one of the largest population destinations in the world, is already toying the path of sustaining greater commitment in narrowing the gaps of poor reproductive and maternal health services, as streamlined in the summit resolutions after 12 months of multilateral endorsement.
When all hands are on deck, Nigeria will be able to further narrow the gap and attain the goals set with sister nations as one family.
So far, Nigeria has remained steadfast in tackling reproductive and maternal health challenges and other gender-based issues, which are the main focus of the Nairobi summit, aimed at providing access to quality health services and assuaging plight of the vulnerables.
The National Family Planning Scale-Up Plan was recently launched, and policies on adolescent health development and gender in health are at an advanced stage of completion.
United Nations Fund Population Agency laws federal government resilience and continued progress in tackling maternal issues and infant mortality and appeals for sustained funding.
Ahead of the 2030 goal, another decade we have to reaffirm ourselves to these goals. It's a decade of action, and it's a decade we must not waste.
The renewed vigor at the first anniversary of African endorsement of Nairobi Summit after 25 years journey in Ethiopia is to race to the finish line in achieving universal health coverage and quality population. In Abuja, Abubakar Usman Akwanga, NTA News.
Nigeria's progress in containing the COVID-19 pandemic should not be an excuse for citizens to let down their guards. Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Boss Mustafa, says noticeable disregard for COVID-19 protocols in place of worships and other mass gatherings is not only worrisome but dangerous. Mitairi Ikpen reports.
Report of 90% success of experimental vaccine for COVID-19 was considered a major milestone in the fight against the pandemic. But the politics of equitable access and the logistics of distribution whenever the vaccine becomes available are reasons why the PTF wants Nigerians to stick to the non-pharmaceutical measures for self-preservation in the interim.
By the time the world decides that 20% will go to the most vulnerable, you know that you and I don't fall into that category. I already have the vaccine, and the vaccine is just to wear my mask and maintain social distancing. Let's use what we have.
I can assure you, sir, and this gathering, that so far, in line with the protocol, all the core members were given appointment, and except you have to come on the day given to you, you are not going to be attended to because we want to avoid overcrowding and so on.
While the battle rages against COVID-19, the nation's health authorities are also keeping tabs on other infectious diseases.
And one of such diseases is Lassa fever, which is a viral hemorrhagic disease. So far this year, we have recorded 1,131 confirmed cases in 27 states.
It is very painful when we have to respond to yellow fever outbreaks because they should not be happening. If only we did the little that we have to do or we should be doing ourselves as fathers, mothers, citizens in protecting ourselves.
The PTF says some unexplained deaths in parts of the country are being investigated and the nation will be updated on the findings. In Abuja, Mitairi Ikpen, NTA News.
Now, the West Africa Health Organization, WAHO, is advising ECOWAS member states to brace for a second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic as infection rates in the region hit more than 195,000 cases. Director General of WAHO, Professor Stanley Okolo, gave the warning in his presentation to the ECOWAS Parliament delocalized meeting on agricultural production, food security and fight against COVID-19 underway in Bissau, capital of Guinea-Bissau. Professor Okolo encouraged regional leaders not to relent in efforts to contain the virus, bearing in mind that the region lacks the capacity to contain a second wave of the virus. West Africa, he notes, does not produce the vaccines nor the funds for the needed vaccines for her people and may not have early access to those produced in developed countries. These, he advised, are enough reasons for leaders of member states to emphasize on the use of face masks, observance of personal hygiene, and other safety measures to prevent a second wave as it's already witnessed in countries in Europe. Now, Nigeria has drafted COVID-19 protocols to guard the rearing of animals and ensure that there is no transmission of virus from animals to humans and humans to animals. Under the protocol, all animals coming into the country are to undergo thorough screening to ensure that they are not carrier of virus. Details with Musa Babaliu.
Scientists, especially veterinary doctors, are still investigating whether coronavirus is a zoonotic disease. Though it was traced to an animal when it was discovered in 2019. However, there is a global concern if the virus can be transmitted from human to animals or vice versa. Consequently, Nigeria has designed a protocol that will serve as a guide to veterinary doctors as well as animal owners who test positive for COVID-19.
It is also intended to provide the current information on COVID-19 in animals and to highlight the direction of transmission between humans and animals based on available data and the zoonotic potential of the COVID-19.
The document is developed with the support of Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations and Veterinary Council of Nigeria.
To also call for a One Health approach and also guide the surveillance activities of the animal and livestock sector to reduce and control the spread of these viruses.
Is to leverage on this protocol to now do surveillance in animals, do lab diagnosis in animals to establish whether we have this problem in Nigeria amongst our animals or we don't.
Nigeria is the first to develop COVID-19 protocol in animal rearing in Africa. In Abuja, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Now, the federal government has assured the Federal Road Safety Corps of the restoration of destroyed property during the NSAS protest. Secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, made this known during the inspection of facilities and some newly acquired vehicles at the Corps headquarters in Abuja. Oyeyebi Ajayi reports.
Pictures from the destruction left in the wake of the NSAS protest cannot be forgotten in a hurry. Many are working hard to rebuild, rehabilitate and reconstruct properties destroyed during the chaos. The Federal Road Safety Corps is one of them. 8 command offices were seriously affected, as some of its offices were burnt and vehicles destroyed. Undeterred by this, the Corps has acquired 16 patrol vehicles, 2 ambulances and 1 tow truck to replace the burnt ones as part of efforts to meet up with its mandate on 0% road crash reduction in the country.
I want to assure you that government will do everything possible to ensure that we restock your needs in terms of operational vehicles and motorcycles, and also look at how fast we can rehabilitate and reinstate your offices.
We lost about 28 vehicles. And so that means we give priority to these areas first. Then the remaining, we inject it into the critical areas. We believe that if we get more funds from the capital vote, we do all the remaining patrol vehicles.
The vehicles will be deployed as part of those ready for the end of the year patrol nationwide, and the tow truck is set to be deployed to Lagos. In Abuja, Oyeyemi Ajayi, NTA News.
All right.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
The Senate Committee on Diaspora, Non-Governmental Organizations, NGOs, and Civil Societies commends NIDCOM boss for achieving so much despite the slim budgets being allocated during the 2021 budget defense. More details on this to come shortly. And great news as a Nigerian lady breaks record in Russia. And also a non-governmental organization called Counseling and Rehabilitation for Prisoners Initiative seeks to partner with NIDCOM to help incarcerated Nigerians in the diaspora. These and so much more for you on today's edition. Please stay tuned on your favorite program, The Diaspora, and I am your host, Koinsola Adetumbi. The Chairman CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Arewa, has presented the 2021 budget estimates and the 2020 budget review performance of the Commission to both chambers of the National Assembly, the Senate Committee on Diaspora, Non-Governmental Organizations, NGOs, and Civil Societies, and the House Committee on Diaspora Affairs, as it began its annual budget defense public hearing for ministries, departments, and agencies on Tuesday, the 10th of November, 2020. Please watch.
With the little we have, we've been able to do all we can. And I think we followed whatever was in the budget appropriately, although still with a lot of challenges, which we'll move into. So basically, that's our summary for 2020 budget. And whatever was released, we believe that we've been able to adequately work hard despite the lean resources with the Diaspora Commission. As we also look forward in the new year to ensure that we embark on revenue-generating activities with the Commission. So I think that's just a summary of our 2020 budget by NIDCOM.
What you have there is 0-0. Are you saying that there's no commission, there was no commission of 2020 for local planning, and there's no budget for that?
Yes. There was none. This is a Diaspora Commission. We have to travel. So in looking at the 2021 appropriation, there must be some provision for local and international travels. So what we did throughout the year is just, in fact, a lot of us are in debt now. But I think COVID also helped. The fact that, we would have been highly embarrassed, but for COVID, because there are many activities that we don't. But we're also able to think outside the box. And we've seen a lot of, in every problem, there's always something that you can always thank God for. Even the fact that we can engage more with Nigerians abroad using digital means. So we're saying that as we look at the 2021 budget, one of the things we'll be asking the Senate Committee to do is look at the issue of international travels for us. We should have a little more funding for that. We should also, because it's zero in the budget from the ministry, so we can amend all that. That is why you have the Parliament. So it's actually one of the major problems we're going to bring to you, which I'm glad that you already pointed out.
As we all know, the Diaspora Commission is a commission that's very, very important to our relationship between Nigerians here at home and Nigerians in diaspora. The commission previously was not independent, but in the past year became independent and had its first budget. So here today they're going to tell us how that budget experience has been for them what value they've been able to add to the Nigerians in diaspora, what value they've been able to add to Nigeria as a nation for having a commission now.
It's no longer news. That NIDCOM is simply the latest child, if you like, on the block of our ministry, and one in whom we're very, very proud, I must say, because it hit the ground running. I believe not just the ministry, but the entire nation must have felt the impact of NIDCOM since its takeoff. If you look at item 2020-2101, local travel and transport training, it says 00. It's certainly not possible for an organization such as this not to be involved in local travel and training. If you also look at down the line, local travel and transport, no others. International travel and transport training, it also says 0. International travel and transport others, 0. If you also look at water rate, no? Sewage charge. It also says 00. Right? And printing of non-security documents, it also says 00. All these 00s, I mean, we can't understand some of them. But again, this is the problem with the envelope system.
Another opportunity, I want to ask the amiable, friendly minister, why the delay in the ratification of the diaspora policy?
The diaspora policy has been with us, I must say, for some time now. And you see, the thing is, when you present a memo to council, it's like you are going for a test, for an examination that you don't want to fail. And therefore, you have to be prepared. It's just like coming to defend the battle like we're doing before you. You have to be adequately prepared with all the information, such that should any issues arise, should questions be asked, you will have ready answers. And what happened was that the policy, beautifully written, did not address a lot of issues. Because we see memos in council, we see the volume of information that accompanies policies. And in our own case, we realized it wasn't enough. And that was why we said we must do a good job about it. Unfortunately, because of the transition from one permanent secretary to a new one,
a proper database of Nigerians incarcerated in prisons globally is critical to NIDCOM's efforts in effecting their release. Hence, the collaboration with the Counseling and Rehabilitation of Prisoners Initiative, CAROPI. Enjoy the session.
First, our vision is to see that justice is delivered and hope is restored and sustained for every Nigerian prisoner or detainee in the diaspora. So our focus is really on our people that have been incarcerated across the world in prisons, some for offenses they truly committed, some for truly unimaginable reasons.
I've traveled a lot all over, I would say globally, on tourism. And during my traveling, I find out that there's a lot of things to do, and we cannot leave all this to the government. And we are hoping to work with your commission.
We came up with this mantra of new face of Nigeria. Like she said, some of us have traveled wide and near within the shores of the world. And we discovered that Nigerians are being incarcerated in so many areas. Some of them, well, they are innocent. Some of them may have committed one offense or the other. But you see, whatever we do in life, like globally, they are what we call first offenders, in as much as some people don't have that facility. But we felt that it is necessary for us to come in as a team to help the government. Because when we talk about government, we are all members of the government. We are the government ourselves. So when an organization like this or commission like this has been established, we have a role to play our role as citizens of the country. in order to know what we can do to make our own input. And that's why we felt it is necessary for us to approach the Commission. With the assistance of the Commission, we can achieve this thing together, because we are all Nigerians. Many Nigerians outside there are crying for help, but nobody is hearing them. And I know that we have commissions, we have embassies in some of these countries, and many of them don't even know what to do. They don't know where to start. They don't know how to go about it. And that is why we said, okay, we are here. Because even the Commission will not be everywhere. It is the people outside there that will bring informations, bring all the things, and inform the Commission. Look at what is happening. Please, how can we team up together to make sure that we give Nigerians a good hope and a good future?
We look forward to working with you. However, it's not about releasing every Nigerian in prison. Any Nigerian in prison that did not commit a crime should not be in that prison. I know that personally I've been to prison in Brazil, we've been to South Africa, we've been to Benin Republic. But the key number one is, let's even start by telling Nigerians, avoid crime and criminality wherever you go to. Because the world is getting tougher. If you commit a crime, you pay the price for it. But we are going to ensure that no Nigerian is in prison or is detained for an offense they didn't commit. We're shocked to see a Nigerian that was detained, they said he committed the crime 4 years earlier. That means it must have been, we met him when he was 16. So he must have committed the crime when he was 12. They said he raped a 4-year-old. But he was there for 4 years without any trial. So there's a lot to do. And then the key thing is we're getting data of Nigerians in various prisons. How many are in every prison? We have some. We're waiting for the full compilation. And our legal department here, I'm sure they are bombarded with cases every day. I think if we work together, we can. Even if it's one Nigerian, 2, 3, 10 that we save, would have achieved something. So I congratulate your NGO for putting this together, and the role you want to play, how we're going to go about it. Yes, we work with the missions, to ensure that we can't do it alone. We always work with the missions, and we got to work on that. So thank you very much for visiting us.
Well done. Such a great initiative. Let's go on a quick break. I'll be right back.
Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, in collaboration with the Nigeria Diaspora Summit Initiative, presents the 3rd Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS 2020. Date, 20th to the 21st of November. Theme, Post-COVID-19 Economic Resurgence, targeting diaspora investment. Sectors, healthcare, education, agribusiness, creative, entertainment and sports, telecoms, ICT, fintech, real estate, manufacturing, venue, virtual by Zoom. Potential investors and ample opportunities. For participation and sponsorship, visit www.ndis.gov.ng.
Welcome back. Please save the date and get registered. Nigerians of merit. I'll now leave you with an interview session with Miss Purity Gandu, a Nigerian medical student who chose to learn the Russian language and yet outperformed all her Russian counterparts in the class. She was celebrated as the first black person to obtain a first-class degree in medical sciences in the entire Russian Federation. Enjoy the conversation.
Good day, Miss Purity. Can you give us a brief bio about yourself?
Okay, I'm Purity Gandu from Kaduna State. I was born into a family of 4, 3 boys. I'm the only girl child. I just recently graduated from Tambov State University, named after G.R. Derjavin, as the best graduating student in Russian medium with a total GPA of 5 points, first class honors, bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery.
All right, thank you very much for that bio. So, what was your experience like studying in a foreign land, and from records, you studied in a foreign language also? Can you just share what it felt like to actually study?
Well, my experiences were filled with challenges, disappointments. For example, there were some times that I would feel that I can't do it. I was filled with so much burden to study like in a foreign language. I remember we all started with about 20 students immediately after studying Russian medium. as a foundation course. We all started with about 20 students, in which we were all qualified to start like the first year in medical sciences. And when we started, the first lectures was like hell, because they all finished the lectures in a foreign language, and we didn't even understood that we were told to all go home because we were done. All the black students were all seated, and only for us to see like the Russians gathering their things to go, and not knowing that they all said everything, because it was really hard to the extent that we could not understand everything as a first lecture hall. And that was how about 50% of us, like a lot of students, just left and went to sign in for English language, because it was really so hard.
Wow. So despite all these challenges, you were still able to outperform all the Russian counterparts. You must have put in so much work and everything. Would you like to share some of what you did to actually come out with those flying colors?
Yeah, what I can say is that my life was just filled up with hard work, perseverance. It was also filled with hope. Like, I had to endure so many things. I had to read, study hard, because I know that I have like a goal to pursue, and that goal must be fulfilled. I remember there were some times that I had to like keep late nights. There were times I had to study like 5 days in a row without even having 20 minutes of sleep, because I had like a lot of medical books to study, and in order for me to outstand them with flying colors, I have to put on much effort. For example, like studying English language will have not been much of a challenge, because this is like a language I understood very well. But Russian language is one of the hardest languages in the whole world. So for me to do well, that's getting like an A or B, I had to put in much effort, to the extent that I will keep late nights, I'll always study at the corridors, I'll sit in a table, and from morning till night, all studying, all because I had like a common goal to achieve, and which is like coming out with flying colors.
So well for doing all that, and we are glad that you were able to actually. So how do you feel about the award you received as the first black person to obtain a first class in medical sciences in the whole of Russian Federation and in your Russian medium?
The Russian medium, yeah.
So how do you feel about the award?
Well, I feel blessed and honored, because not everyone that studies come out with flying colors. Sometimes you find out that some people study, but still their efforts are not being seen. But I thank God that God saw me through in everything, and whatever I studied, I came out with like flying colors, and I would like to say I feel blessed, not by my own doing, but also by God's assistance.
All right. We thank God for that. So do you have any advice for Nigerian students out there, both home and abroad?
Whatever you do, put your goals first. And once you put your goal first and persist on it, there's nothing you can achieve. And once you put in so much hard work, your reward will always be outstanding success.
All right, thank you very much. So we'd like you to say thank you and bye-bye to us in Russian.
Spasiba balshe, paka-paka.
Congratulations, sister. We are super proud of you. And now let's join Boy Alinko.
Not so fast. Look, I'm tired. I want to check out of this country for greener pastures.
Just calm down for a moment. Please sit down. Do you have a job where you're going to?
No, but someone is arranging,
Listen, Alinko. Checking out of this country without proper planning means one thing. Unimaginable begin. You know, I've been in the diaspora, but legitimately doing great things at home and abroad. As I've been saying, without the proper footing abroad, the risk is not worth it. Listen, Alinko, it's better to be home than be trapped abroad, or even end up in prison.
Welcome back. And now more reports from the just concluded State Diaspora Focal Point Officers Summit held in Abuja.
The first thing we're able to achieve is to ensure that we set up a Taraba State Diaspora office that has all the facility needed to make our work lots easier. And the office is located in the office of the Secretary to the Government of Taraba State along Birthday Way in Jalingo. Secondly, I think of how best to engage with Tarabans in diaspora. So what I did was to establish a contact with a lot of Tarabians that are living outside. And by the grace of God, we are able to establish an appreciative level. And that also forms the basis of generating and developing our database. Having done that, we feel it's important to have a channel of communication, a platform in which we will be discussing and sharing ideas with our people outside so that together we can make Taraba State to move forward in particular and Nigeria by extension. So it is on that note that I created an electronic communication platform where we have a WhatsApp page, Facebook page, and we always engage ourselves to discuss on issues that border the development of Taraba State.
The federal government has announced new guidelines for international travelers coming to Nigeria, effective from September 18th, 2020. Before departure, all travelers coming to Nigeria must take a COVID-19 PCR test at an accredited laboratory in the country of departure not more than 5 days before boarding. Only PCR tests will be accepted. Travelers with a PCR test result of more than 5 days or 120 hours or with COVID-19 symptoms will not be allowed to board. Within 3 days before boarding, register on the Nigeria International Travel Portal. Complete and submit the health declaration and self-reporting form online with a valid phone number and address. Update information on diplomats and children under age 10 separately. Next, upload the negative PCR test result on the portal. Choose a sample collection center and then book an appointment date where the mandatory self-isolation will be observed in Nigeria. Payment for the repeat PCR test to be done 7 days after arrival is to be made online on the portal, after which a QR code access report will be generated. It is strongly recommended that payment be made online before boarding. Payment on arrival in Nigeria can lead to long delays before exiting the airport. For issues with payment, visit saferports.com. My Traveler Record. On arrival in Nigeria, passengers are required to undergo port health screening and present electronic or printout QR code evidence. Travelers developing symptoms on arrival or during screening will be placed in institutional quarantine for appropriate care. From the airport, proceed to the 7-day mandatory self-isolation and avoid all physical interaction with others. During isolation, be available by telephone, as travelers will be monitored by public health officers and should check their emails and text messages regularly for updates from the selected laboratory for their repeat PCR tests. On day 7, have samples taken for the repeat PCR test at the selected sample collection center. Passengers are required to provide a valid means of identification. Travelers who test positive for COVID-19 will be managed based on national guidelines for treatment. Those who test negative after 7 days can end self-isolation. Be advised that those who fail to repeat the PCR test by day 14 may face suspension of their passports, inclusion on a travel no-fly list, or be denied international travel for 6 months. Get 24/7 support. Please take responsibility. This message is from the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in collaboration with CACOVID.
Thank you for staying all through the program. We hope it's been worth your while. And in case you have anything to share with us, please do not hesitate to do so, as we expect feedback on our show. Remember, you can reach us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook at Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, on Twitter at NIDCOM_gov, on our Instagram page at NIDCOM_gov, on our YouTube page at NIDCOM_gov, and on our website at www.nidcom.gov.ng. You can also join us on DSTV at NTA Network on Friday at 10:30 a.m., on NTA International on Tuesday at 6 a.m. and 10:05 p.m., on NTA News 24 on Friday at 2:30 p.m., and on Sunday at 10:30 a.m. You can also join us on WAT TV on Thursdays at 9 a.m. and on WTV on Wednesdays and Sundays at 8 p.m. You can also join us on Ben TV London at 4:30 p.m. on Saturday. I remain your host, Koinsola Adetumbi. See you next time.
By the Almighty.
Someone who is a Christian is someone who lives a life of Jesus Christ. And the life of Jesus Christ is a life of sacrifice.
Yes.
There's the start and get. Promises to share out. Winds up that right hand.
Archbishop of basketball, goal! He hung on that net like a stalk up a tree. NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, StarSat on Channel 434 and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Hello and welcome. It's time for another interesting package of
Everything Music.
Angelina, you dey cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver.
This is Talking Movies.
In times of old, the world was full of wonder.
Stop it! Welcoming you to your weekend for today.
Arise, O compatriots. It's time to use our voice.
Beyond Six Packs.
Bills.
Pay the bills. Keep paying my telephone bills. Pay my bills.
Welcome to Gallery.
Me and my paddies.
London for what?
London for medicine.
Medicine for what?
Medicine for coffee.
Are you sickness?
To our illness. Welcome to Gist Zone.
All right, my name is the Eselucien Wego One. Ona nyokoko nyonyo.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Let us pray. O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice reigns. Amen.
Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Excess Choral. Edo Anthem. Asian cities calling, oh, rise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the pride of the land. The founding fathers have labored, and a time to set it down. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be a bright, beautiful, Edo, glorious Edo. You're the heartbeat of Nigeria, beautiful Edo, glorious Edo. Stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. And our greatness is second to none. Our history forever shall be written. Our kings of immortal time. People, culture, and unity. Our heart is born in land. Which culture, stories of heroes, legacies forever be. Beautiful you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful glorious stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Beautiful glorious you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning to you, beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, the heartbeat of the nation. We welcome you to the new festival hall in the Government House here in Edo State for the Alao Dao Summit 2020. This is the fourth in the series of the summit in partnership with private sector to showcase reforms, policies and programs implemented by the administration which are opening spaces for private investment and economic growth. Alao Dao in the local parlance means progress. So, Wabohiam, welcome to Benin City. With my senior colleague, Ogochukuka Ona, will be your guide through this program.
Yes, Agatha, thank you very much. A very good morning to you. We're both here to our viewers all over the world. Welcome to the Africa's largest television network. Last year, it was with the theme, Building Sustainable Future for Edo. And this year, it is Making Edo Great Again. It is time for stock taking and presentation of scorecard. Those are the key reasons for this event, as it will equally afford the #1 citizen and his team to reset the areas that need resetting, or rather, improve the areas that need improvement, make new policies, initiate new programs, and strive to implement them, all for the betterment of Edo State and by extension, Nigeria. Welcome.
Because he's my political senior, I don't want to call him my younger brother, but His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, and his beautiful wife, good morning. The youngest speaker in the country, Right Honorable Marcus Onobu, not just young, but effective, and his dear wife, good morning. My brother, the master tactician, Osarode, okay, good morning. Our head of service, Anthony Okunboa, good morning, sir. Our Crown Prince and our Crown Princess, good morning. Our party chairman, Anthony Azigbehi, good morning, sir. Distinguished permanent secretaries who are holding the fort, my boss, and if I don't mention him, I know my business is forfeit, the National President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Olumide Apata, Esquire. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being here. Distinguished captains of industry, distinguished business persons, distinguished fathers of the country and fathers of the state, my big brothers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am extremely delighted to welcome you all to the 4th Edo Summit, Alagodaro 2020, which coincides with the inauguration and oath-taking ceremony of the 2nd term of our governor, Godwin Nonehase Obaseki, and our deputy governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu. There's no doubt that this is a unique event and a time for reflective stock-taking. This summit will also provide a platform for creative brainstorming and settling on transformative ideas which will enhance and strengthen subsisting and planned social and economic policies over the next 4 years. The Edo Summit Alagodaro enables the public sector in Edo State to engage with private sector leaders, civil society, traditional rulers, and the informal sector on the best way forward to make Edo State an economic power and best place to live in the shortest possible time. The summit provides an opportunity to expose the potentialities of our state and the vast resources within to the rest of the world. All our 3 previous summits have produced strong, well-articulated recommendations to support government in its development agenda. The implementation of some of these key recommendations has shown the unwavering will of this administration to accommodate varied views and best 21st century ideas in achieving a progressive and consolidated economic, infrastructural, and human capital development of our state. Consequently, the Alagodaro Summit is now one of the best attended summits in Nigeria because of the impact of its implemented recommendations in repositioning Edo State as one of the top 5 sub-national economies in Nigeria within 4 years. Our expectation, considering our pace of development and the promise of our governor, is that Edo State will be the #1 sub-national economy in Nigeria by November 2024. I commend Mr. Governor for providing this platform for stakeholders' consultation and participation in generating ideas towards the steady development of our dear state. Mr. Governor, your purposeful leadership style, vision, and love for all Edo people has instilled great hope and belief in the people, and most important, has rebuilt public trust in government. The theme of this year's summit, Making Edo Great Again, Inclusive Development for a Sustainable Future, has been carefully chosen in line with Mr. Governor's campaign promises, with the aim of consolidating on the economic and social development in the state in his first term. A major objective of this year's summit is to reawaken the inherent spirit of greatness and creativity in the Edo people, which is evident in our rich heritage, history, and culture. From the 11th century to the latter half of the 19th century, the Benin Kingdom was then one of the oldest, most powerful, best governed, most creative, and developed kingdoms in Africa. Mr. Governor will unveil the specific focus of his economic and social agenda during his second term in office and reiterate his determination to harness the potentials of Edo youths and further utilize the immense capacities of our women in repositioning Edo State as an economic superpower and the leading subnational on the continent of Africa. Mr. Governor and his team intend to create an Edo State where life and property will be secure, truth and justice shall reign, where no one is oppressed, no man or woman is left behind, where we have first-class education and health facilities, where everyone who wants to work is proudly engaged, an Edo that rediscovers its cultural heritage, an Edo State that truly becomes the industrial and technological heartbeat of this nation. This year's summit theme is very apt considering the painful and retrogressive effects of the coronavirus pandemic, the consequential lockdown in response to this pandemic, and then the loss of lives and major damage to infrastructure during the recent riots. 2020 has indeed been a most painful and difficult year. A year such as we've never seen nor experienced in living memory, and which I pray to the Almighty we shall never see again. The damage caused by this year will lead to a negative growth rate and severe economic contraction by at least 5% by year end, which is really disastrous. However, the outcome of the recent Edo elections has been the single game-changing ray of light in an otherwise excruciating year. Against all the odds, the will of the Edo people was manifestly sustained. I salute the people of Edo State and all of those who made the election victory possible. It is extremely critical to our development in Edo State that the Obaseki-Shuaib transformation be sustained. The catastrophic outcomes of our 2020 crisis have shown us clearly that leadership matters. Countries and states with focused, selfless, imaginative and hardworking leaders coped much better this year than those who don't have. In Edo State, we coped much better. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our 2020 summit will provide an opportunity for deep deliberations and alternative thinking, different from the usual, which will creatively enable employment for our people, attract patient capital, build on our achievements in infrastructure provision, education and health, mechanized agriculture, support of small-scale businesses, and by that, reawaken the key Edo characteristics of creativity, tenacity, hard work, focus, and integrity. We will provide a forum for frank, deliberate, cerebral, creative, and exhaustive discussions, the outcome of which will enable Edo State to climb out of this recession and grow at a rate that is unprecedented and without compare. Thankfully, the world is now discovering vaccines and antibodies to combat this virus, and this definitely will aid the pace of our growth. Our social distancing protocols dictate that this year's summit will be different. It will be the first hybrid summit where, apart from those of us in this room, the majority of participants are joining us virtually. I know that this will not reduce the quality of participation in any way, and that those joining us virtually will take full advantage of the features of their laptops and devices and iPads. The agenda of today's summit will include a tone-setting and visionary speech by His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki, which will be followed by a keynote address by the award-winning Ghanaian British architect and one of the leading architects of his generation, Sir David Ajayi, OBE. Sir Ajayi is known to combine artistic creativity with a strong ethos for community-driven projects. Sir Ajayi will join our panel discussion and share his perspectives on urban regeneration and renewal as key imperatives for sustainable development. Our panel discussion will focus on rediscovering the greatness of Edo from an economic, cultural, historic, and tourism perspective. Thereafter, our Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaib, will give a closing overview. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of this great state, I extend our sincere appreciation to our friends, investment partners, resource persons, traditional rulers, religious leaders, political leaders, youths, delegates, and everyone that has contributed either directly or indirectly to this summit and all of our previous summits, and who have contributed to the achievements so far recorded in the development of the Edo State of our dreams. We are grateful to you all for the great sacrifices and substantial contributions that you have all made and continue to make. I would also like to thank most sincerely all of the members of the organizing committee appointed by Mr. Governor. I thank you so much. I couldn't have worked with a much better or a greater team of dedicated professionals. Thank you so much. At our first summit in November 2017, Mr. Governor, on behalf of himself and Mr. Deputy Governor, renewed their economic and social contract with the people of Edo State. And they both solemnly promised that by the end of their term, Edo State will firmly and irreversibly be on the path to becoming an economic power where all her people will enjoy the highest quality of life. I know that His Excellency will reiterate his pledge, and over the next 4 years, he and his deputy will fully deliver to all of us a transformed Edo State. The Edo State of our dreams, and the dreams of our heroes past. On behalf of the good people of Edo State, Your Excellencies, I hold you to this solemn and clear pledge. Edo State is destined for greatness. We're at the cusp. I implore you all to continue to work hard, passionately and creatively to ensure we deliver this Edo State. We must cooperate with our government. Every one of us must cooperate with our leaders. We must look inwards, we must be passionate about our state, and we must seek to achieve the greatness that lies within us. Finally, I'd like to urge you all, after the business of the day, please don't run away quickly. Enjoy Benin and enjoy Edo State. There's so much to enjoy. The culture, the heritage, the friendliness of the people. God bless Edo State. God bless Nigeria. Thank you all for coming. I wish us all wonderful deliberations, and I thank you all. God bless you.
Mr. Aswe Ighodalo deserves another round of applause. Excellent speech. Thank you very much. Thank you. About now, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be watching a documentary set in the scene, the mega story. And this documentary elicits a lot that you need to know.
If I achieve nothing else as governor of Edo State, I want it to be a record that I came and I turned around the basic education system in Edo State back to where it should be.
There you are. You're still awake. It is past your bedtime already.
Daddy, I was told today that once upon a time, our state used to be the greatest and the most powerful kingdom in the world of Africa.
Oh, who told you that?
Our teacher, he told us during our history class, but didn't finish.
Interesting. So, you mean you now do history in school?
Yes, Dad. I was going through my history book so I can see the remaining parts of the story.
I'll tell you the story. Bet. Thereafter, straight to bed. You promise?
Okay, Dad.
Good girl. You see, there was a time when the great people lived in the capital of the pre-colonial empire, now known as Southern Nigeria. History described this city as so orderly, well laid out and sparkling clean, that the walls of their houses appeared to be polished. The city was so well governed that theft was unknown, and people lived in such security that there were no doors to their houses. The Great Wall of Benin, spanning 16,000 kilometers, was as high as 16 feet and constructed to secure this great kingdom. While other regions traded in slaves, Benin traded in their famous artifacts of bronze, iron and ivory.
So, Dad, what changed it?
Sad, my daughter. Very sad. See, in a bid to control the trades and wealth of the land, the British invaded our kingdom and deposed our Oba. They destroyed our land and carted away with hundreds of thousands of art pieces. Some are even now being displayed in museums around the world. After a while, things started to get better. Our leaders slowly began to rebuild the state, and in 2016, God sent us a man with a clear sense of history and purpose. A leader who worked tirelessly to reset Edo, who laid the foundation for better education, healthcare, security, housing, infrastructure, our institutions, and our economy.
Wow, so Daddy, is everything not perfect?
Not yet. See, Godwin is taking us back to our past glory and building us a future that is very great, a future that offers pathways to prosperity based on productivity, and our politics is focused on delivering the best for all our people. A future that is built on innovation and resilience, where we become the economic hub of southern Nigeria. A future where the best technology and people run our public healthcare systems, and our children are so well educated that they compete globally. A safe, secure future built around well-planned towns and cities, where our streets are lit from the electricity that we generate. A future that restores the greatness of our people and reclaims our reputation as the cradle of culture and artistic excellence.
But how will that happen?
Don't worry, my daughter. See, Godwin is here. He will explain everything by himself.
Gentlemen, shall we please put our hands together as His Excellency the Governor of Edo State steps us to explain it by a very well put together presentation. This presentation is going to last for a few minutes. Thank you.
Your Excellency, First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, Your Excellency, my brother, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, and his lovely wife, Miriam Shoaibu, the Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Marcus Onobu, and his amiable wife, the State Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Honorable Anthony Ezegbeme, the State Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Barrister Jesua, members of the National Assembly who are present, members of the Edo State House of Assembly, senior government functionaries. I acknowledge the Chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Oluwapata, and also the Crown Prince of Benin Kingdom. We have a special guest who will be introduced shortly. He is Sir David Ajay. This morning, I am going to attempt to explain to Abiyawa and her father, and also millions of Nigerians and Edos, where we are going to as a people, and what our agenda of making Edo great again is all about. Can I have the presentation? As the chairman of the summit said in his introduction, the coronavirus pandemic has changed our world. Life on earth will not be the same again. Over 1 million people globally have died as a result of this pandemic. But for us in Nigeria, it's even more devastating. Yes, we have less than 65,000 people who have died today from the pandemic. But that is even worse than the economic effect that this pandemic has caused. The World Bank report states that over 100 million Nigerians, more than 50% of our population, has now been thrown into extreme poverty. And we're beginning to see the signs already. The NSAS demonstrations you saw were not unconnected with this devastating economic impact of coronavirus. This virus has caused serious disruptions to lives and livelihoods. It's caused disruptions to businesses the way we have always known. Let me just go back. Let me just leave this episode. The response to the consequences of this virus are varied from society to society and from country to country. But what is clear, and as was pointed out in the introduction, is that only those countries, only those states that are organized, that can turn this crisis into opportunities. Because in every adversity, there is usually an opportunity. We are fortunate in Edo State that 4 years ago, when we started with our first Ala Udaru, we set the agenda for reform. You pushed us, you challenged us to reform our state and our state systems. And that has given us a head start. We have not solved all the problems, but at least we have identified the pain points, and we believe that we know what to do. And we are assured that from what happened on September 19th, the people of Edo State are aligned. Majority of the people of Edo State spoke, and it was clear that they endorsed what we had started and they wanted to see a continuation. What did we do in the last 4 years? We set the agenda. We set the agenda thinking about Edo from 6 perspectives. First, we had realized that we have to build institutions, because the biggest challenge for us in Africa is we focus on individuals. We want to build individuals and not institutions, forgetting that individuals will come and go. It's only institutions that will remain. So we ensured that we started a process of making people think and do things, realizing that one day they will not be here. It's the structures that they build and leave behind that will succeed them. So we focused on the civil service, we focused on the judiciary and the legislature. Let's even begin to clean up the structures that represent these institutions. We also realized that it's all about the economy. If we are not producing and people are not earning, then there will be misery and unhappiness in the land. And fortunately for us as a people, we are so blessed, we're so endowed with much more resources than we deserve. We have some of the best ecosystems in terms of ecology in West Africa. We have one of the best water aquifers. We have the largest onshore reserves of gas. So whether it's resources to produce food, we have. Whether it's resources to produce energy, we have. We have one of the most lush rainforests.
So putting all of this together with our people, it will be our fault if we don't build the strongest economy on the subcontinent. We also set the agenda for social development. It's about people, and it's about training people to do what they ought to do. It starts with education. And so we spared no stone unturned in focusing on education. And we are happy and proud to see the largest component of our budget spend is on education. We have reformed or started the reformation process of our education system from the foundation. And today, globally, Edo State education reform has been acknowledged. In my speeches today, I informed the audience that at least as of September this year, Edo was one of 5, it was accelerator countries in terms of education. We were the only subnational on that list. We've also started a fundamental reform of our healthcare system, as if we knew that coronavirus will hit us and we would not be able to travel out for medical care outside. We started rethinking healthcare, understanding that healthcare is not about building hospitals. It's about developing an entire chain. It's about fixing your primary healthcare system so that when people engage with the healthcare system at the very base, you pick them up immediately. You can pick up diseases early at that point and then refer them to the rest of the system for treatment. It's about training and retraining your healthcare workers. It's about ensuring that you expose your workers to current research. It's about making sure that you have a system that does not make people afraid to go and seek medical care because they don't have money. They don't have money in their pockets. By putting in a health insurance program in place so that we can pay for our healthcare system. So it's about our people. It's about focusing on the vulnerable people in our society. We understand all of this, and we have to put in a lot more investments in making sure that we get more of our people included and feel a sense of government. We have started the process of rebuilding our infrastructure. So road infrastructure, we are fortunate with the partnerships we've gotten into. We have one of the best developed digital infrastructure network. It's not enough, but it's a good start. 400 kilometers of fiber built around Edo State in 4 years is a good start, and we hope we can progress that development. So in terms of infrastructure, we have started. We understand how to build roads. We understand how to design roads in our climate. We understand how to fund our road projects. We have also set the agenda for our environment. We believe in environmental sustainability. We have undertaken a forest audit to see and understand the amount of deforestation that has occurred in our state. It's quite sad. It's a pity that out of this almost 630,000 hectares of pristine rainforest, which we inherited, today we have less than a quarter of that landmass available as forests. We've done the audit. We now know that we can no longer continue to deforest, and we now have to put in place a plan, a strategy to recreate our forests so that we can maintain our environmental sustainability. We understand now that we must plan our cities. We must have urban plans. We must have regional plans, because the major challenges with flooding and erosion in Edo State is because over the last few decades, we have operated without any physical, not to even talk about economic or social plans. Finally, we've realized the power of our arts and culture. We've worked with institutions like the Smithsonian to bring back some works. We've worked with the federal government to renew our museums. We've hosted the National Festival of Arts. We've engaged with our diaspora. So we understand that these are things that are important and things we must now focus on in making Edo great again. So, given today's realities, given the effect of the pandemic on us and where we are, we have no choice but to go further, to press on harder. So the next 4 years, we're not going to be talking about infrastructure. We have to take it for granted and just continue to build. We realize that what's important is our people. We're not going to go back on the reforms we started in education. If anything, we're going to complete the process of training the teachers that will train our children. What we need to do in the next 4 years, and what we are going to be emphasizing, is to strengthen the public sector and its institutions. Because as politicians, we can promise everything. We can promise that we'll bring moon to earth. Yes, that's what we're trained to do as politicians, talking in a pulpit. But who will make these things happen? It's the bureaucracy. It's the public sector. It's the civil service. So our emphasis now will be to recreate our bureaucracy. We're true to ourselves. The bureaucracy in Edo State, and indeed Nigeria, is broken. We now lay emphasis on the wrong things. So for us in Edo, we are going to leapfrog our public service. We have already built the infrastructure. We're manning our training center where we will train public servants. And in the next 4 years, we're going to roll out a world-class public service. Because we need those institutions to help us drive the reforms. And this will be done by utilizing technology. It's happening everywhere in the world. I want to be the last governor in Edo State that will treat only physical files. We have to improve the human capacity of our state. We've got to keep training people. We've got to make sure that our people are prepared to work. You can't say there's no jobs. No, there's enough work, but we have not succeeded yet in preparing our people to work and take advantage of the opportunities around us. We want to expand our economy, and that's why we've invited most of you here today. We're fortunate that we have power, we have energy, we're building electricity grid and network, and we're building infrastructure. So the ingredients to drive industrialization, the ingredients to drive services are in place. And those will be our focus. Not talking about them, but just doing them. Very dear to our hearts will be our environment. We must now plan our environment. If our forebears planned where we live today the way they did 600-700 years ago, when they did not have the privilege and opportunity of the technology we enjoy today, we have no excuse. We have absolutely no excuse to live in our cities the way we do. We should, as a generation, we should be ashamed of ourselves. And the goal of the next 4 years is to turn that around. So urban renewal and urban planning is critical. And then lastly, what the virus, the pandemic has taught us is that at the end of it all, you are responsible for yourself. You know, the pandemic says, you know what? Maintain your lane. Stay in your country. Huh? Keep your distance. Do your own thing. So, as a people, we have to first know ourselves, know who we are, know what makes us Edo. When we say Edo is not somewhere else, we have to now tell people what Edo is. We have to now explain to people the greatness of Edo. We have to explain to them why Edos acted the way they did on September 19th. And so that is why this year's theme is important for us. We're not talking about how we will build roads, how we'll, build industries. We're focusing on who we are. Because if you do not know who you are, you cannot express yourself. If you do not know who you are, you don't know where you're coming from. You will not know where you're headed. That's why it's so important for us to focus on who we are, on our greatness, on our heritage, on our past, on our culture, on our arts. It's by discovering who we are can we now step back, understand the world we're in today, and position ourselves for the future. And so that's why the next 4 years will begin with us leveraging on one key strategic advantage which we have, which is our arts, our culture, our location, and our land. We have to discover our greatness in our works, because our forefathers have already expressed who we are in our art forms. And you find these art forms, artifacts, and art pieces all over the world. Shouldn't we ask ourselves, why do others want to keep our works? What have they found in those pieces? We'll now challenge ourselves to understand what our forebears did and how they did what they did. And I have always argued that it's the same blood that flows in their veins that still flows in us today. So the goal for us to reinvigorate our past so that we can create a sustainable future for our children. I've told you why we need to do so. Because we cannot afford to maintain the status quo. The world has changed. Life has changed. It will be very foolish of us to want to continue to live the way we used to, because we no longer can. We must now quickly think about how to live our lives in the new world. We have to build a mental and physical infrastructure of our people. I am so grateful to God that we won that election. Because we were challenged. People told us that to win election in Nigeria, what you need to focus on is stomach infrastructure. And we refused and said we will rather invest in mental infrastructure. And we thank God that mental infrastructure today has superseded stomach infrastructure. That is not to say stomach infrastructure is not important, but it's to lay the point that it is mental infrastructure that creates stomach infrastructure. Let's now focus on how are we going to do this. Amongst other things, we have to launch a new project. And that is what I'm here to do today with my colleagues. That's why I'm so excited that we have Sir David Ajay in the house today. Because this morning, we're going to be launching the historic Benin project. This project will help us reconnect our past glory to our present realities so that we can now determine for ourselves how to sustain the future of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to this morning launch the historic Benin project. It's not coming on. Someone come and help with my technology. The Historic Benin Project is in partnership with the Legacy Restoration Trust, the British Museum, the Palace of the Oba of Benin, the federal government, Edo State government, and other stakeholders. The Historic Benin Project will talk about and encompass projects that will lead to the discovery of the greatness of Benin and Edo State. It will include architectural interventions. And like I said, we have a privilege of having on this project someone who can easily be regarded as one of Africa's greatest contemporary architect, Sir David Ajay. It will also involve archaeological restorations, because we know there's still so much in the Benin that has not been discovered. And we want to thank specifically and especially the British Museum that has already made a donation of $4 million for the archaeological project. It will involve urban regeneration and urban renewal. Because if we are going to create the kind of visitor experience, we want to attract the quantity and quality of people to enjoy our state, to see all these great reforms we've undertaken, then we must make the state look beautiful. So the steps we have taken to date is to establish an independent trust we call the Legacy Restoration Trust. This is important because we're going to be raising large sums of money globally for this project. We have already received commitments, but from my experience as an investment banker, what investors want to see is transparency. They want to see clarity as to how the monies they have invested, it will be spent. And that will be the responsibility of this trust, which will consist of board members locally, nationally, and internationally. We have, like I said, began the work with the British Museum and the National Museum of the British Museum and the National Museum and Monuments to scope the work that needs to do in terms of the archaeology and research that needs to be undertaken. The last archaeological work that was done in Benin was done in 1950. If you look at other civilizations, whether it's in Egypt, across the continent, the works they've been doing, there have been archaeological discoveries in the last several decades, but we haven't done so in almost 70 years. The other thing we have done, and which Sir David will talk about, is in the last 1 year, he's quietly with his team, worked very hard and assiduously doing research. They've been back and forth to Benin, and he, I hope this morning, will unveil, if not the full concept, but part of the concept and thinking behind the museum and the other things they intend to do. That's just a snapshot of the world-class museum which we intend to build, and by the grace of God, by the time we are leaving office on November 11th, 2024, this project should be far developed, if not totally completed. It is going to be called the Edo Museum of West African Art, EMOWA. I'll let Sir David talk about the impact and the imperatives for this project. This is what he has done all his life. I mean, he's built one of the most respected museums of African arts in Washington, D.C., so he has the experience and the insights. And all that is left for me to do now is to reassure you that as your government, we are going to focus on a full complement of development. We're not just going to focus on food, on roads, on electricity. We want to focus on how all of this will come together to make us better human beings and to make us leave something for the future generations. Let it be said that our generation left something behind. We cannot continue to complain and lament that what we met has been destroyed. And believe that we were not culpable in bringing ourselves as a country to where we are today. But in all of what has gone on and what has happened over the decades, let us come out and say, yes, in our time, we built something, and let that be the African Museum of West African Arts. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, there was something I thought we should do before I started. Yesterday, as our inauguration was going on, we lost one of Africa's greatest heroes, General Jerry Rawlings of Ghana. I just felt that as a friend, because he visited Edo several times in his lifetime, can we all just be upstanding to observe 1 minute of silence in his memory? May the soul of late General Jerry Rawlings rest in perfect peace. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency. Brilliant presentation. Very brilliant presentation this morning. We quickly like to have a Q&A session, the question and answer, but just before, all right, we move ahead to have the poetry recital by Dona Ogunaike. Dona Ogunaike, we'll put it on hold, okay. All right, we're battling with time, and I want to quickly move ahead and take the keynote presentation.
Earlier, you listened to Governor Godwin Obaseki talking of the launch of the historic Benin project in partnership with the British Museum, Benin Museum, Palace of the Oba of Benin, the federal government. It will include architectural intervention, involve archaeological restoration. To this end, he says the British Museum has made a $4 million donation to the project, especially on urban renewal of Benin City.
And then we
he also spoke about the establishment of Edo Museum of West Africa, of West African art,
and that's the heart of the summit. So, Dona Ogunaike, please. Is he around?
Yes, he also said, given the realities of today occasioned by the pandemic, he won't go back on the reforms in the education sector. And of course, the total reformation of the state civil service. He has also said he'll pay attention to the environment, renewal and planning is critical. He says focus is on the people, the heritage, the greatness, the culture, location, land, for the people to understand who they really are and focus on the future.
Of the House of Assembly. Another round of applause. Alaji Omogbai Aodu is the clerk of the House, and Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, the Chief of Staff, another distinguished member who was a member of the House before, but now the Chief of Staff. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you. Of course, let me recognize one more time the Crown Prince of Benin Kingdom, Crown Prince Zeleka Ewai. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Of course, the representative, the Senior Special Assistant to the President, Usaitin Gobadia, is also here with us. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you. Dr. Godswill Ihetu, Chief Architect Duboye Graham Douglas, His Excellencies and Laws. Please, can we join our hands together for them? Chief Architect Duboye Graham Douglas, thank you. Dr. Grace Okudu, retired AIG Nigerian Police Force. You're also welcome to this event. We appreciate all of you for finding time to be here. And very quickly, Dona Ogunaike will be doing poetry recital, and immediately after that we'll dovetail into the keynote presentation, which of course is going to be featuring Sir David Ajayi Obey. And yes, I understand that they are getting ready very quickly so that we can do that in the shortest time possible. Let me welcome to the summit the Obaseki Shaibu Support Group, OSSG Edolites in Rivers State. They have been our ambassadors in Rivers State and they have done us proud. Can we please put our hands together for them? Obaseki Shaibu Support Group.
That project.
Thank you. All the way from River State. Thank you. Thank you.
40%.
I'm sure Donna is ready.
25% of NAFTA and 20% of fuel. And also, the Edo Production Center is an household name. It is an industrial cluster for over 200 SMEs with 24-hour electricity. It is harboring fabrication, furniture making, printing, and polythene production. And some other small business owners have cashed in on the establishment of that production center to set up their small businesses. And of course, worthy of note also is the 55 megawatts Osiomo power plant, which has begun the supply of electricity. And just recently, it kicked off with that of the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium. That is going to open up the electricity markets in the state, especially in the area, and drive industrial growth and development, bearing in mind that power remains a very critical factor if the state, and by extension the country, must forge ahead. All right, let's return to the venue now, if the poet is ready for his presentation.
The likes of Sir David Ajayi, OBE, founder and principal, Ajayi Associates, Mace Owen Omogiafo, CEO, Transnational Corporation of Nigeria, Professor Abba Tijani, Director General and CEO, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, ably represented by Mr. Theophilus Umogbai, Curator, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Benin City. Ms. Adesuwa Ifedi, Vice President of Africa Programs, Haifa International. These are panelists for today, and the discussion will be moderated by Ms. Usaiya Lile, CEO, Aspire Coronation Trust, ACT Foundation. That's the makeup of the panel this morning, and very shortly we'll get there. But if Donna Ogunaike is not ready, we can move on straight to the keynote presentation.
This is Alaudao, the Edo Summit 2020. While we wait for the next activity on the lineup, I'll just let you know
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
to redefine the way anniversaries in office are being
Mrs.
marked.
Josephine,
Since the maiden
Member
edition
Board of
tagged
Trustees,
Envisioning the
PDP,
Future that brought
please come
top
up with our hands
Nigerian
together for her.
and international business
Of
leaders,
course, Dr.
bankers,
Sonny
investors
Ihetu
to
is also
set
here with
agenda
us.
for development.
Chief
It has
Duboye
become a
Graham
platform to share
Douglas,
ideas on plans
another round of
and
applause.
implementation strategies
Mrs.
for a better
Ikena
Edo.
is also
That is
our
exactly
special
what we are
guest in
seeing
this
here
event.
again
Can we
today.
please put our hands together for her? Dr. Mrs. Grace Okudo, retired AIG, Nigerian Police, we also like to welcome you. Pastor Itwa Igodalo, Senior Pastor, Trinity Church, Lagos. I'd like to welcome you to Edo State. Can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you. Thank you. Please, we'd like to properly sit with the name, Chief Mrs. Josephine Aneni. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now have the privilege to invite Sir David Ajayi, founder and principal Ajayi Associates, for the keynote presentation. Shall we please put our hands together for him? Thank you.
And the message the governor is passing here with the Alaudaro Summit is that Edo is good for business and it is a preferred destination for investors. He reeled out areas that can be tapped into. He said culture, tourism, and of course sports. And this is exemplified in the economic transformation of the governor, of which he has dwelt on the ease of doing business, where his secretariat has been established to open access to markets to accelerate the issuance of certificate of occupancy. And this is with the creation of the Edo Geographical Information System. And just a reminder here also that the Edo Museum of West African Arts, termed Edo MOA, is to focus on the full complement of development. That is, it is going to be hinged on all aspects of human endeavor.
And yes, it's been a busy week for the heartbeat of the nation. Just 2 days ago, we had the Alaudao Youth Summit. Yesterday, the inauguration of the governor and his deputy for a second term in office. And now, this investment summit. Yes, the year is gradually coming to an end. Until the last month, December, there are major activities. We also have a national activity that will be taking place here in this city of Broadcasting.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for your patience. I'll just start.
The event here is holding in strict compliance to COVID-19 safety protocols. At strategic points here, you have people with sanitizers and giving out face masks, and also people moving around to ensure that people put on their face masks.
Hello, everyone. Sorry. Your Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Your Royal Majesties, the Crown Prince and the Princess of Benin, members of the Commission of Museums and Monuments, members of the Benin Dialogue Group, honorable ministers, all protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Good morning. I'm so honored to be in your great state and to share the work that we have been doing with the various groups that I just listed, to really imagine what we believe will be a transformation of the idea of museums and city in Africa. And your state, which is the state which birthed the greatest civilization, akin to all the great civilization of our human civilization, and I mean that in no small measure, we'll finally start to have the acknowledgement after this lull of its history, to celebrate and to pass on its incredible heritage and knowledge to future generations, to learn from and to move into the future with confidence, as His Excellency the Governor has stated. This is just for those of us who need a frame, but essentially there are many small institutions in West Africa, but really to understand the importance and power of what the Edo State, what the Benin Kingdom achieved, is to really see the ripple of it throughout West Africa. There's not a single kingdom in West Africa that does not in any way through its trajectory show some lineage or homage to the great traditions and culture of the Benin civilization. I wanted to start just to focus us that what we leave behind is what gives us the strength to face the future. And we look at things like the pyramids, probably one of the greatest monuments of human civilization from our own African ancestors. And we look at what we can do, understanding that and learning from that, from the great traditions. It is a continual work. Our culture is not just performed, but also it is continual. It is something that we should be invested in, because not only does it nourish us, but it also provides us a roadmap for the sustainability of our societies, our environment, and creating the prosperity that we all want in the worlds that we live in. I show you just images of Egypt, which is a constant reconstruction, a constant discovery, a constant body of knowledge which is nourishing the world and keeps it at the center of everybody's ideas about what our civilizations are as human beings. We all know Athens, and Athens is a city also of excavations, also of ruins. And the ruins are part of the great diaspora of parts that make the identity of the city and keep it a global icon in the world. When I was working, must be now 12 years ago, at the Smithsonian, there was a commission made in 2009 to create the first National Museum of African American History and Culture on the Washington Mall, just behind the White House in America. And that project established the contribution of our people, our brothers and sisters in America, to the very making and identity of America. People thought they knew the story, only to realize that they had only fragments and stereotypes. And what this museum has done is to reposition the civilizations, our contributions and our civilizations, right in the heart of what is, in our time, one of the greatest countries in the world. Its inspiration comes from your civilization, comes from Benin. The biggest reference that was used comes from here. And I wanted to show that to you. It comes from the history and the courtyards and the shrine houses and the palaces that are now, the fragments of which are now scattered around the world. And if it was not for the ability to have seen that and to learn from it, I would not have been able to have the inspiration to do this project. And this project is now giving backbone and definition to African Americans, understanding their heritage to West Africa specifically. And this is a very important thing to understand, and what it has done in terms of really centering the way we see human civilizations. The kingdom has a unique trajectory. Going back, people say to the 14th century, but really going back to the 8th century. And its stories of its golden ages, its troubled times, its reconstructions, are narratives that are really a metaphor for all civilizations and the evolution of our human species. The stories are the same. And we have the DNA of the stories and the particular way in which it's expressed through our cultures here. We are thankful that the civilization and the culture and the monarchy still exists, and they support and help us to remember the culture and the framework that is very important for our identities. What His Excellency the Governor is proposing is really an important way of understanding how to figure Edo State, Benin is the heart of Edo State, to make that a global icon of our narrative of civilizations of human beings. It sits within that trajectory. It is not a small detail. It is clear and understood. It takes an incredibly sophisticated civilization to make incredible works of art that celebrate who they are and where they have come from and where they're going, and their conquests and their stories, and to immortalize them in bronze, to immortalize them in timber, to immortalize them in ivory, to immortalize them in ceramics, to immortalize them in corals, in leather, in textiles. These are the hallmarks of what we do, and encoded in these things are the DNA of the incredible learnings of our ancestors. They deserve to always be with the people who are the bloodline of that, to nourish and help them grow, but also to nourish and help the world also grow and understand the diversity of the human species and its contribution to our civilization on this planet. The rupture that happened from that raid and the sort of destruction of the city is something that's unconscionable and something that is a blight on human history. But we hope that this time with this project, we're able to finally start to find a path and to use the negative, as the governor said, from every adversity comes opportunity. And we hope that this opportunity of reconstruction and relearning can invite the world to also not just deliver back objects, but to deliver skills and training and support and investment. It is not just enough just to give back the product that were taken, the objects that were taken, but to also collaborate to make this a world-class center to support the communities of this incredible city and state, and to really let it take its place on the world stage. Some of the things that when we were doing our research, I love this image of the great walls of Benin, this concentric idea of from the family to the community to the network, the city is made. These concentric networks were made out of earth-rammed walls. People say 16,000 kilometers. That's just the inner ring. The total number of earthworks that were made are around 80,000 kilometers of human earthwork. It is the greatest landform on our planet. It is bigger than the Great Wall of China, but we don't know that or express it. This incredible heritage, which archaeologists and scientists now know, is the starting point for what the governor was expressing as the reclaiming of our history to then project into the future. And if I can say that the museum, if I can say that the walls and understanding the archaeology in the walls is like the ring, the body of the ring, the museum is the jewel that is the accent. So it's really about creating a new body for the expression and the understanding of culture in this great state. The civilization is the reference. In my work, I'm not interested in just the ruminations of my mind, but in really learning from history and using that to interpret with the means that I have now to make a new future. The excellence of the urban planning, of the dignity of the courts and streets and hierarchy of spaces, and the way in which that created the incredible kingdom here is something that we want to reenact in the museum, but also reenact through the rediscovery of the moat walls as an important human heritage. We think the way that this can be done, and there are many examples, and sustainability aligns very, very beautifully with this, is to turn the rediscovery and the archaeological sites into networks that allow visitors and the residents to have bucolic spaces in their neighborhoods, but also a new type of bucolic space which aligns with the moats, i.e. creating gardens and sites and discovery aligned with the rediscovery of the moats of the city, the walls of the city, as a way to start the story about understanding the power and the heritage of this incredible city. We think that with the museum site that's being discussed is opposite the Great Palace, and with that of course was originally in the grounds of the Royal Palace. And so the thinking is that that will become the ground base where archaeology will start, but also a reconfiguring of that center to bring up the beauty of that center and to deal with the issues of transportation security, to deal with all the infrastructure that is required to allow a museum of this magnitude to operate in the center of the city, bus systems, coach systems, all the kind of relationships to the wonderful guilds that are behind. All this is being coordinated so that we can reimagine the center as a fitting world-class core, monumental core of your city, befitting of its relationship to the palace, to then invite the world to it. Our inspiration for the palace is very, very much taken from understanding the beautiful architecture of this civilization. And I wanted the work to just come directly from that. I show you just models and drawings of the key architecture of this great region. It is based on the walled system and on courtyards that are climate moderators. What I mean by that is that they cool naturally through their form and they create intimacy and encounter with the beauty of the civilization's arts or with the people that are residents in this. This form is very unique to our region, this region of West Africa specifically, but very much it excels and is refined by the Benin Kingdom. So our thinking is that in this category of elements that I showed you, whilst the network of archaeology is happening and the site is being prepared for the museum, the concept of the museum is to set up 8 sort of what I call 4 masculine, 4 feminine forms, 4 rooms which are basically taken from the thinking of the courtyards of a palace, to take those dimensions as rooms of encounter with full reconstructions of the powerful context in which these beautiful artifacts were removed from. When you go to the British Museum or you go to an American museum or any museum in Japan or wherever, you see the object, but you don't understand its provenance. You see it as an object, but the object is contextualized within a frame which gives it its provenance. And we believe that that is required to allow both the local residents who have lost that great heritage. You know, if you live in a beautiful palazzo with frescoes, you think it's normal until it's taken away from you. Well, you have had yours taken away, and we believe it needs to be reconstructed so the citizens can understand the dignity of their own heritage. The thinking is to create a walled enclosure garden that is not private but public to the citizens, that is opposite the palace, that creates a public garden for the community to have events and to stage all the things that the culture celebrates, but to create, as it were, I call it a new palace of the people, a cultural palace, in imagining a sort of an abstraction of Benin elevated, the walls and courtyards and the buildings elevated as if on a podium of the people. The base is the people, where we have contemporary art museums, education spaces, auditoriums, scientific research labs, outdoor auditoriums for performances and poetry readings and events that also complement the gardens. And then up above, you know, this is just quickly giving you a ground plan, I'm not going to go into plans, but up above these 8 chambers, which are part of the reconstructions, which then align themselves with galleries that have the restituted objects in relationship to those. This is giving you a section of looking at the form. Really, what we're going to do is to put architecture inside architecture, so that really these incredible moments can be really enjoyed by all citizens. The entrance space will have a remade city map of the majesty at the heyday of the Benin Kingdom. It'll be a reconstruction that shows people how the moat system and the wall system works, and a timeline of that evolution of this incredible construction, and to set the frame for understanding what you're receiving. Galleries of bronze and glass will be set next to what we're calling the pavilions. This is where the restituted objects will be in a display similar to what you've seen in the world. But the condition shifts when you move into the pavilion and you encounter a fragment of a palace where you are brought into a real one-to-one with a shrine, and understanding the context of the objects in that. Something that you might not be able to do normally can then be now experienced as an education and an edification of this cultural heritage. We will construct with the same materiality and form and remake the light so that the courtyards really have that eminence and that provenance. We will reconstruct the portals and gateways, which are fundamental to the psychology of how people move through the spaces, which are so important. We go and copy Corinthian columns and Doric columns in Europe, but we have magnificent Corinthian gateways and doors and markings, and we need to study them, and we need to bring them into the language of our generations that are coming, to be able to kind of help them with their future, as was said. We wanted to make a special room for recreating the royal spire of the palace, because it's a very special place with its incredible ornament of the serpent and the cockerel. And to be able to see that as an incredible symbol of the kingdom that most people probably don't understand, but is critical to understanding the craft and the guild. This beautiful ornament is extraordinary. Next to it, the timber galleries for the timber objects that we will be showed. The leather and coral galleries next to the spaces that will show that, and always also connecting with windows, vignettes that will connect you to the city. So the museum is also, when it's built, a register of the transformation of your great city, because the city, we know, will blossom and bloom and boom under the leadership of the governor that you have chosen, and the future leaderships, we hope, who will be inspired by the great work that is being started. And so the museum is not an introverted thing, it is also something that also looks out to the world that's being made and looks in with the objects that are next to it, that are the heritage and history. We said that I want to quickly go through what I call the plinth of this project, which is that it will have a 10,000 square foot contemporary art museum, state-of-the-art, that can have shows from around the world, anywhere in the world, to come here. It is of the scale that allows contemporary shows to be able to come here, to nourish and support, and to also allow the incredible artists here to be able to show their work to the world. It will have an incredible auditorium for lectures and events, such as this. It will have a outdoor performance space that allows for pageantry and dance and poetry to be played outside, not just inside. And it will have a state-of-the-art education suite that will teach the generations about their great heritage and culture. And we hope also, at the end, another moment, a sort of viewing tower that will also add to the way in which people can come and just see the great city of Benin and look at its majesty as it moves into the future. That's really the presentation to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it deserves another round of applause for that resounding presentation. Thank you very much. Keynote presentation by Sir David Ajayi, I want to, at this point, request that the moderator should come up stage. Usai. Can we put our hands together for her? Ms. Usai Alile. She's the moderator of the panel. And here we'll have the opportunity to ask one or two questions. But very quickly, let me have the honor to invite to join her on stage Of course, we've come to the high-level panel discussion. Let me once again bring to stage Sir David Ajayi, the founder and principal Ajayi Associates. A round of applause. Ms. Owen Omogiafo, CEO, Transnational Corporation of Nigeria. Professor Albert Tijani, Director General, CEO, National Commission for Museum and Monuments, ably represented by Mr. Theophilus Zumogbai, the Curator of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Benin City. We also have Ms. Adesua Ifedi, Vice President of Africa Programs, Haifa International. Can we please put our hands together for this wonderful woman? At this point, may I hand over the microphone to Usai Alile to begin from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so exciting to be here today. Our Excellency, the Governor and the Deputy Governor of Edo State, thank you for inviting us here today. And we're doing a lot of unboxing and a lot of unpacking of what we've just discussed, of course, this morning. First of all, from the Governor, and then also from our keynote address speaker. Sir David, I listened and I kind of smiled through the whole thing. And I'm hoping that everyone in the room was excited about what we are seeing here today. I can see it. And it's amazing that I was whispering to where this is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to bring the kids here to see this. I can see the vision. I can see it, I can smell it, and I can touch it. And that's the beauty of what you've done today. But I want to ask, and because we have a lot of, we're doing hybrid. We have people online thinking to themselves, wondering how they can be involved, what they can do different, and all that. You see, how do we open this up to our younger ones? When we speak a lot of culture, art, a lot of us heard it from our parents. We didn't see everything, but we heard. And now they're thinking to themselves, it's important, but why is this so important? Why is this the main thrust of what we are doing here today? So I want to start from that, because the governor mentioned a few things, and I liked what he said, and I'm just going to repeat one or two things, just to remind us. We need to know what makes us Edo. Simple. We just want to, everybody to attend to Israel. We're all running home. We want to be home. In fact, in the last 4 years, this is the most time I've ever been to Edo State, and I've totally enjoyed coming home all the time. We have to know who we are as individuals first, but also as Edos. And I know that, and I'm showing this to you, I know you're not Edo, but you are now Edo, you are with us now all the way. Because we need to come and make sure that this comes to light. And he says again, we have to know where we are going to take us forward and reconnect our past glory to our future. Our young people are now, they're present, they're the future. How do we get them connected to what we're doing? And how do we get everyone and galvanize them to see what I felt today, to hear it, to be able to touch it as well?
Thank you. Thank you. No, I think that really the way we are doing it is, this is the launch, and we are starting to spread this message, and we're ready to now start spreading this message. Yeah. And I think that it's not just going to happen in haloed halls like this, yes, but it also has to happen at school groups, to communities, There should be events that really try to sort of explain the thinking, because it's a lot of work, and one has to try and explain why it matters. And I think what is very important is that the museum, when you think of museum, you think it's something that's abroad, or, it's not something that you go to. And we don't want our younger generation to see museums that way at all, because it's to cut off your hand to, spite your face. It is really our own heritage, and we need to be so proud of it and to own it and to be showing it to the world. And I think that starts with that grassroots, and also allowing it to come to the families. And for the families to realize that culture, yes, is transmitted from the family, but it's also supported by our nation, our state, our community. It is infiltrating every part of it. I think that when you see the confidence of an Italian, it's not just because it's at home, but because he goes to the museum, because he has these things that says he has a heritage that goes back 500 years. Look at the paintings. We have all that, but we don't share that yet. And that is what we need to build those, what I call like the super Africans, I call them, that are coming. That is the generations that are coming. We need to give them that infrastructure and that support. And the built environment is critical. What is now clear is that you stand on a stage and project yourself in the world. That stage is your city. So if your city does not support you, and does not support the kind of confidence that you have, you are working at half your capacity. We now understand that. It empowers people to feel really encouraged to look for work, to be supportive. The image of the city is critical. That's why I loved what the governor has set out. It's so important that you transform and show that the city is the stage, a proud stage for the citizens. And it's amazing to see it. I've worked on many projects around the world. This is a secret ingredient that is not really so secret, that is always being marshaled when you go to Dubai, when you go to Shanghai, when you go to any city. The image of the city is the stage that empowers the community to grow. It is one part of it. It's not the only part of it, but it's a critical part of how that works. And I think that that's understood.
Thank you so much, Sir David. Thank you. Our starting point, I like that, opening our minds to see and galvanizing everyone to do it. And I'll move over to Mr. Theophilus. I think since we're still on the verge of talking about the museums and talking about the culture and all that, I'd like to begin asking you this question. I mean, the federal government has been very involved in things. I mean, you are in the museum and in the commission, am I right, sir? Thank you very much. And we want to see, how do we keep our citizens in tune with our cultural diversity and national history? A lot of times we say the stories, but now we don't even hear them anymore. So what are we doing different? And then from here I will push over to education, because I think all of them work hand in hand. But what can you, as a custodian of our culture and our history, what can we do different, and how can we do it and change the way we see things now?
Thank you very much. For us at the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, we have a lot of ways we reach out, to the community, to remind them of our past, to remind them of our culture, to remind them of our arts traditions. We have, for example, the education department, educational services department, is to visit schools, primary, secondary, universities, and to create programs and run those programs for these children. They visit the museum during holidays. They have long holiday programs. While there, they are taught how to produce some of these artworks using very cheap materials, the ones we can afford. But just
Mr. Theophilus, can we put the mic up so we want to hear you very clearly?
All right. We invite these children to come to the museum to do, for example, just one program we call Long Holiday Program. Long Holiday Program. The children come to the museum like twice in a month, 2 Saturdays. And while there, our staff, who are trained artists, they teach them how to produce. They show them the photographs of some of these objects and teach them how they are made. and the children are always very excited about it. During this COVID-19 period where everybody was at home, we didn't rest on our oars. What we did was to reach out to these children via the platform of WhatsApp. So we formed a WhatsApp group, and through there we are reaching out to them and letting them know the type of things they can churn out with. And behold, they have been responding. The parents have been encouraging them, buying them airtime and even the data to be able to run this program. So we did all that. So we are teaching these children, because that's our target audience, mainly.
Yes.
Because they are the ones who may not even have a clear idea of what we are talking about. Their parents, they know. Some of them make up their minds, maybe not to react. But the children, when they are exposed to the knowledge, trust me, they respond positively. So we are making our efforts through, slowly but surely, baby steps, just to ensure that these children, appreciate arts, appreciate our culture. And they visit when they come to the museum, we show them around what we have there as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Theophilus. I like baby steps, but we're in a generation now that microwave steps are in order. Everybody's in a hurry to get things done. And I like the fact that you're using technology as well, bringing them more aware, because we do have the platforms, and these platforms are very available, and we need to think through those processes and use those platforms to move us to the next level, because we're talking about millions, 70% of our population are below a certain age, 70% of them. And these are the people that need to understand where we are coming from, so that when we tell them where we want to go to, they understand why we are saying that in the first place. And I liked what you had mentioned in terms of the school programs. Adeswa, I'll go to you, and it's really a pleasure to have you here today. And I must congratulate you on the work you've done in terms of education across not only in Edo State, but across Nigeria. Edo Best, which is an award-winning initiative. It has been adapted in quite a few states, and I know you mentioned some other countries as well. But we also must understand that in order for us to discuss arts, and I mentioned earlier, to discuss history, we need to understand where education is, and we need to understand where the bridges are and where the gaps are. So I'm going to start with you asking a question in terms of, as the educator's dilemma, what are the gaps that we see? What are the skill sets we see that we need to do? What do we need to understand? How do we need to push it out there? And how has Edo Best helped us to get to where we are today?
Thank you, Sai, for that question. Your Excellency, all protocols observed. I think that if we just reflect on what we have heard today from the keynote speaker, it makes me remember something His Excellency used to say when we started Edo Best. He always said, we're not trying to do something we have never done before. We're just reenacting what we have been. And he always emphasized that Edo has been a seat of education. We're not trying to become somebody else. And I think when we go back to history and inculcating history into our curriculum, which was a huge gap, not only in Edo State, but across Nigeria, we lost identity. And we seem to think we are chasing after somebody else, not realizing we are trying to become who we are. And when I thought about what His Excellency used to say then, and listen to what was presented today, it sort of resonates with where we are today as Edo State. Because when we wanted to start this project, His Excellency was passionate about education, all right. But we as an organization, we had to do our own scoping analysis to say, what state in Nigeria or even across Africa should we start from? But after His Excellency became governor, something became apparent, that all the lines had fallen in place for Edo State to be the place where we will use our ground zero for this innovation. First of all, the IGR had increased over the years. We're going to have leadership in place. We're also going to have the right culture and the right people. And the fact is that innovation will thrive when the conditions are correct. And the goal was, if we start here as ground zero, it has to be able to attract investors, and other people have to be able to see this as a potential place for education tourism. And today I tell you, Rwanda has been to Edo, Sierra Leone has been to Edo, Pakistan and India are planning to come to Edo State. And Edo State has also attracted investment. in 3 years has attracted investment to scale that up. So you can't do that anywhere. There has to be certain ingredients that should be in place. And for me, when we look at the history shouldn't just be about telling us where we were and what we did and how great we were. History should tell us where we can be and who we can become. So when we talk about Edo innovating in technology and education, it was about building teachers' skills who have never even thought they could use technology before. Or by the time you let people know that you can do this because greatness is in you, that's what we should teach in our school education, aligning our children with their past, but giving them the confidence to get to where they need to go to. So, I mean, I strongly believe that we can innovate with technology in Edo State because our history shows that we have done that. We can innovate in technology, and we can transform, and we should be ready to be audacious, because that audacity is what we showed in our history. That audacity is what has been shown in the education sector. We pioneered Edo Best, and I think that there are many opportunities, and the sky is the limit for Edo State.
Thank you, Adeswa. Audacity for change, and that's what our governor has done over the last 4 years and will continue to do. You're a true home girl, if I must say so myself, born in Benin before moving out for your schooling. But I want to ask you in terms of the Benin Historical Project and its potentials to attract investors, because this is an economic summit. We want to do more, we want to see more, we want to change more. But we also know that we need investors to come into the States. And that's why when Sir David was speaking, I was excited, because there must be a door that people can walk through. And I can see our history and what we have, our culture, and how people see us being that door. And of course, education also is part of that. But what will make us a sought-after destination in your terms, in terms of the kind of investments you've done across Nigeria and across Africa as well?
So thank you very much, Osai. I hope this is loud enough. Thank you very much, Osai, and all protocols observed. Before I answer, I have to say I was really excited to see about EMOA, Edo Museum of West African Arts. Really, really excited. So I was born and raised in Benin, just like Osai has said, from going to Abuja Primary School, UDSS, Uniben, before leaving. So I'm steeped in Edo culture, and it's really exciting, and I must thank you for the passion that you've brought to this project. And I also like the recognition of Edo. There's a reason we say Edo is Siagbon. We're not joking. It's really exciting to be here today. And I really like what I heard when Your Excellency spoke. Mental infrastructure is stood very, very, very strongly. And linking to what Osai has said, as investors, you want to be sure that your investments are safe. Investments are safe, the opportunity to have the returns that you projected, because as investors, we are liable to stakeholders, various stakeholders. From the corporate governance side, I see my dear big brother there, president of the NBA, and how they hold us accountable. The Nigeria Stock Exchange. I'm president of a listed company, Transnational Corporation of Nigeria. You want to see that there are policies that would encourage your investments. Money like water will find this level. That's the reality. Money does not really have sentiments. It's looking to see, where can I go to? Where can I be turned around? Where can I be safe? Where can I be able to project with as much precision as possible? Because investors, my analysts, they are not very forgiving either. If you've told them your figures, you better not try and shift it around. Investors get startled if policies change, with frequency. They get startled, they start going, hey, should we continue? Security is important. This EMOA project that we have now is marvelous. In Transcorp, we are big in hospitality, and Transcorp Hotels is Nigeria's strongest brand in hospitality, with a vision to becoming Africa's premier hospitality brand. Nigeria is ripe for domestic tourism. Edo State has the opportunity to be the Dubai of Nigeria. I'm not saying this just because I want to throw out nice words. It's because it's the truth. And it's something I have thought of long, even before coming on this platform. My first degree is in sociology and anthropology. So when I see an old building being torn up, I weep because I know we're tearing history. Edo has a strong history. And the beauty of it is that we have people who kind of feel guilty about us, who want to spend their own money to put forward Edo State. I strongly believe that the Emowa project will be very, very successful. The British Museum, we thank them for what they've given. We will go for more. We want more because our relationship with that body is one that has come from the 18th century. We have the stories of Oba Ovorame. I am great-granddaughter to Chief Oshodi, the Great. So I understand my history. So we are looking to make Edo the destination. Nigeria is so beautifully positioned. We are 6 hours from Europe. 6 hours. 6 hours from Europe, 6 hours from the Middle East. Then Edo is 30 minutes from Lagos. I look forward to Edo State one day having an international airport so that we can just go straight in there. And these things are doable, very, very doable. With our rich history, Benin culture, when I travel and they say, oh, you're from Nigeria, I say, yes. They say, where are you from? I say, I live here, but I'm from Benin City. Actually, when I'm talking to people who understand about arts and culture, they start asking me about the Benin bronze. My project when I was in university was in Benin pottery. So as a result, I kind of like well informed, and I'm from Igun Street, which is where bronze is made. I hope you're going to visit before you go. Do we have the right things? I have confidence. I have faith. I listened to Mr. Governor and I had a lot of faith. You talked about the things that we need to fix. The judiciary, the legislature. Again, I'll keep calling Olu. I'm happy he's here. Because contracts are written for investments. And where are contracts honored? Beyond the people on the table, what also supports the contract system is the legal system. I like that we've talked about building capacity because you want to site businesses in place where you also have the natural resources, the human resources. Benin City, Edo State is well positioned in terms of proximity to other locations. As a child, we used to drive from Benin to Warri to just go and eat at Warri Club and come back.
Yes.
Some days we would drive to River Ethiopia. I don't know if you've been there. And there's this beautiful waterfall. I don't know if we still have such things. Beautiful waterfall that used to cascade. We have all of this. So to answer you, money will find its level, just like water. And with the enabling, what makes a public-private sector partnership work is for the government to create an enabling environment. That's it. Once there's an enabling environment, the private sector will come. Investors will come. But where you don't have that, even when you try and push forward, investors will ask you.
This is the Allow Dao Investment Summit 2020. And today we have seen the launch of the historic Benin project, architectural and archaeological intervention, as well as the establishment of the $45 million Edo Museum of West African Art, Emowa, to bring to reality the popular saying here, Edo Isiagbon, that is, Edo is the center of life. Now, the celebration continues this evening at 5 o'clock with the AFCON qualifiers between the Super Eagles and Leon Stars of Sierra Leone at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium. On behalf of my senior colleague, Ogochukwuka Ona, and the outside broadcast crew, thank you for watching. I am Agatha Egwariojo.
Good or bad, and that it is used, spread rumors and fake
and today having talks with INEC to advise for better performance.
The Edo and Ondo elections, the Commission must place on record, among other things, the tireless and sustained campaign by the media against electoral violence. The media not only kept the imperative of peaceful elections in the front burner, it also kept the spotlight on all political parties and their candidates throughout these elections.
INEC must at all times ensure that the votes of the people continue to count during elections. For us in the media, we will always give the necessary support.
Observations on the online portal and possible date for the conduct of outstanding 15 by-elections were part of the content of the agenda. Please, let's always be aware of fake news, because the pen, when wrongly used, can be more destructive than the gun, the INEC National Commissioners advised.
The chairman of the Caretaker and Extraordinary National Convention Planning Committee of the All Progressives Congress, Governor Mai Mala Buni of Yobe State, has received members of the Buhari Osinbajo Support Dynamic Support Group through the Director Administration of the party at the National Secretariat. The party says it is proactively engaging its partners in progress on a comprehensive rebuilding process.
The one they're doing right now is they're giving validation of the party members' registration. That is one. Because this, constitutionally, the party must be revalidated and membership drive in every year. Yes. That's for any reasonable party. And this is what this party started doing it now. Plus, bringing all those aggrievs into the fold. And this is one of those things. So what else do you want the party to do more than this one? So if at least about the extension or thereabout, they want to call it engagement or anything, yes, we Nigeria want the best for ourselves.
We are all aware that before now, the party was slowly going to disintegration. And any well-being member of this party will not allow that. We commend the president for his understanding, for his support in our effort to rebuild this party. Nobody will be left behind. We are all in this together. Once again, I appreciate MBO for their commitment, and I will appropriately pass the message to the chairman of this committee, His Excellency Governor Mai Mala Buni.
All right, to the topic of the day, the World Science Day was celebrated this week, drawing attention to the role of science in a fast-changing planet. In the year of the pandemic, science also helped in controlling and reducing impact with devices which reduce physical contact but still ensured access through the internet and various platforms. Let's take in the Nigerian perspective.
The impact of globalization is considerably driven by breakthrough in multiple development areas and national economies in science and technology. According to experts, science explains humanity's understanding of the natural world, while technology discusses the ability to manipulate the natural world. And this is why they say science and technology play an exceedingly prominent role in the world. By linking science closely with society, the World Science Day at this time, where there is a global struggle with COVID-19, has its focus on science for and with society. But what is Nigeria's competence in the science and technology sector as regards response to emerging challenges in the society?
Because of the prioritization of STI, that is Science, Technology, Innovation, the ministry has been made part of the National Steering Committee of the National Development Plan, so as to incorporate the current Science, Technology, and Innovation Roadmap 2017-2030 into the main agenda 2050.
Nigeria has developed a National Science, Technology and Innovation Roadmap 2017 to 2030, targeted at mobilizing the nation's intellectual resources for growth and diversification of the economy.
Joining us now is a member of the House Committee on Science and Technology, Honorable Suleiman Bulus Mara. Is an engineer and represents Mangu Boko's Federal Constituency of Plateau State. Thank you for joining us on Police Go Update.
You're welcome, sir.
It has been a year that has been ravaged by the pandemic, and a lot of countries with could leverage easily on science and technology were able to scale through quite easily in terms of, domestic production of various devices and all that. Now, let's look at the issue of political will and issue of even what we have been able to do from that sector. What would be your comment as far as the Nigerian science and technology sector is concerned, and our response to some of the emergencies we saw in this year?
Well, first I want to thank you for the opportunity and say that it is unfortunate that our country and even the world at large is going through various kind of pandemics. Science and technology ordinarily should have been the solution to every kind of matters that arise within our country, whether it's social, scientific, or whatever. Science and technology has the wherewithal to contain all of them. But sadly enough, even at the last budget hearing, when I confronted the minister on the fact that we have several researches with results, very good results, in the various research institutes within the science and technology sector. But how many of those researches can actually be implemented? And his answer was that the problem of implementation of researches is because the country does not have venture capitalists. And I said, then why are we spending money, huge monies in research every day just to leave them at the shelves of our libraries? And I think that is where the crux of the matter is. That except this country, the government does the needful in ensuring that we have the right structure, the right infrastructure in place for many of these scientific innovations to strive, then we will continue to work and make more researches and even bring about results that at the end of the day they will have no impact on the people.
We had some of these conversations in the past. My apologies for butting in, but just to put it in perspective, over the past years, maybe 10 years, we've been talking about a triple helix model of research institutions, the town and the gown, that's research institutions on one side, talking about the industry on one side, and government perhaps also creating an enabling environment. How have we gone with that? The ministry years ago talked about over 100 commercializable projects and having a handshake with industry, especially when these researches are tailored towards solutions to everyday, problems in society. Where is the gap? To quote the former Director General of NOTAP, the valley of death, somewhere between our research and then the output.
Yes, you see, like I was saying, the major hindrance to the actualization of this research for even the private sector to come in and take over some of those researches, develop them into meaningful ventures that will employ labor, that will bring about, that will stop importation, and that will bring about the use of local materials and the rest of them. All lies in the fact that we must have venture capitalists in our country. And I said, what is stopping us to have it? There is nothing. It's the same thing like you go to America today, you see yam on the shelves in the supermarket, they tell you that Ghana yam. And that yam was not grown in Ghana, it's grown in Nigeria. Because of the absence of a commodity exchange, a resounding commodity exchange that has international recognition. People have to smuggle yam from Nigeria into Ghana, and of course the commodity exchange there in Ghana will do all the needful, the standardization that is required will be done by them. And the next thing is you just go and get your goods in the country of your choice. So these are the things that are hindering our country from moving forward. And I said, Mr. Minister, if you know that the absence of venture capitalists, instead of deploying more money into further researches, why would we deploy some of these monies into the establishment of a venture capitalist? Government can start these ventures. When people see that they are profitable, people who have the wherewithal in business will come in and take over them.
We now engage. All right, let's have looked at some of the, but there are a lot of prospects. You've, in the course of oversight, you've seen the different agencies and how vibrant they could be, especially when they respond to emergencies. What are the major challenges they have? Perhaps when you see some of, research outputs in terms of packaging, they don't look as, easily, maneuverable like the ones we see, or attractive. Have they been able to, talk about that at that level and then address them? Apart from the efficacy, presentation also matters to a reasonable extent when you talk of, putting some of these things from the shelf to industry.
Yeah, you see, we cannot say that none of them has been taken into the industry. And when the industry takes them, the packaging will be that of the industry. While the standardization of research, the actual outcome of research is the duty of the research institutes to ensure and convince the investor on the outcome of this research. I have gone to places. I went to NABDA, the Biotechnical Development Agency, yes. Biotechnology Development Agency. This agency is capable of producing even some of the test kits we're still importing for the coronavirus test. So if the NCDC, for example, will allocate half of the money they use in importing test kits to this agency, I can assure you that in the next 6 months, other African countries will come in here to buy test kits from us. The African Development Bank discovered it recently, and they said they are ready to spend $9 million so that we can develop it and use it as a hub for Africa. And as a giant of Africa, as a country that everyone looks up to, I don't think that is too much money for a country like Nigeria, as a giant of Africa, to put into some of these ventures so that we can have results. In fact, having results at the time of need is better than having results later on when we do not actually need them. And then it does not make any impact. It does not create impact among the people and even in the economy.
All right, let's move on very quickly. We'll come back to some of your personal experiences, especially, in view of what has been transpiring in the past fortnight or perhaps in the past month. Now, an APC chieftain, Kelani Mohammed, says the nation must be wary of external forces who are intent on destabilizing the nation and see recent developments as a wake-up call to focus more attention on delivering on the ongoing people-oriented projects of the party.
It was during the protest that Nigerians got to know that President Muhammadu Buhari had long ago approved a whooping sum of 75 billion for Youth Investment Fund that is meant for Empower. Moreover, over 53 billion was approved for the state governors, apart from the palliatives from the humanitarian ministry. People are now saying there should be convention. I think I support those people because we don't need to leave a vacuum. Let there be a convention, then let the normal election take place so that the right people will be elected into those positions to hold the party before 2023 elections.
All right, just coming in from INEC, we hear that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has fixed the 5th of December 2020 for the conduct of the 15 by-elections in 11 states, earlier scheduled for the 31st of October. Now, INEC National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, in a statement indicates that the new date was taken after a series of stakeholder meetings. INEC appeals to voters and stakeholders in the states with pending by-elections to continue to cooperate with the Commission in its efforts to deliver credible elections under a safe environment. Just as we told you earlier, INEC has been in discussions with stakeholders, parties, the media, and of course security agencies as to the by-elections that were supposed to hold on the 31st of last month, but now have been shifted, and the new date is the 5th of December. We still have Honorable Solomon right here in the studio. You are of the younger generation, and your state, of course, in the north suffered a lot on that during the protests. What are the efforts to bring the society back on an even keel and also productively engage the youths and channel these energies to national development?
I think since the caucus of the Plateau Caucus of the National Assembly visited the state, and we took an on-the-spot assessment of the level of destruction. I think that destruction was second to none in the country, and we were disturbed. And since then, since we came back on the present budget defense that we are doing, we have emphasized continuously on how the youth engagement in the coming year should be. We have to look at it differently from how it used to be. We have to redirect our energy into youth empowerment programs. We have to redirect our energy into youth development programs. We have to redirect our energy into things that turn around the economy, that takes away the attention of many from mundane things that happen around us. So I think we are doing our best on that as parliamentarians. The remaining one now will be to the government, to the Mr. President at the end of the day, to implement some of the new measures we have brought into the budget as a result of the experiences that the country went through.
Personally, from your perspective in the constituencies, have you done anything in terms of impact, not necessarily in the past fortnight, but to alleviate some of the, plight of the people in your constituency?
Well, certainly. We are doing that on a daily basis. We're doing that on a daily basis. You have to take over a lot of responsibilities and do the needful when the time arises. And within the period under review, for example, the transformer in my town got blown up, and then there was they wanted to go to the people to contribute 1,000 naira to go and buy transformer. I said, for what? Just leave it. I took it upon myself. I said, please, suppliers of transformer, can you take 500 kVA transformer? What was the transformer there? They say 300 kVA. I say, okay, take 500 kVA there now. Let us go and put it there. Let those people who are into welding, those who are doing fashion design, those into barbing salons, hairdressing salon, and the rest of them. Now, some of them, petrol is very costly now, and then the economy is down. And so if they were charging 50 naira, for example, they need to charge like 150 naira to be able to meet up. But if there is electricity, then they can charge 70 naira. And then, of course, you have brought a reduced effect on the people. So some of the things we are doing every day to ensure that some of these things are calmed down. And we have been able to, within the period also, supply fertilizer to the people. I bought 2 trucks of fertilizer at my own cost, and I delivered to the people to make sure that at least we solve them. Because 80 to 90% of the population of my country.
You grow potatoes on your side?
Of course, certainly. 80% of the potatoes that is grown in this country comes from Mango and Boko's constituency. And I tell you that this is the area, this is the reason why I am in the Committee on Science and Technology and in the Committee of Agric Institutions. The reason is that I want to see the new innovations that are coming up in potato research and the rest of them, so that my people can domicile them within them and begin to...
Some of us prefer the potatoes the way they are at the moment. But let's end this way. Former President of Ghana, Jerry Rawlings, passed on this week. The charismatic Ghanaian leader died from complications from COVID-19. He was aged 73.
Reports say the ex-president died at Kolobu Teaching Hospital in Accra, capital of Ghana, on Thursday morning. A military ruler who later joined politics. Rawlings ruled Ghana from 1981 to 2001. Years of independence. He led a military junta until 1992 and then served 2 terms as the democratically elected president of Ghana. He is survived by his children and wife, Nana Konadu, who he married in 1977.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot sustain this and guarantee our peace in this kind of recklessness. It is a catalyst for conflict. I am in no way suggesting, ladies and gentlemen, having said what I've just said, I am in no way suggesting that people should be meek and mild.
Meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo of Ghana has sympathized with the family, children and wife of the late former president. He has also directed Ghana's national flag to fly at half-mast for the next 7 days and also declared 7 days mourning from Friday 13th to Friday 20th of November. President Akufo-Addo has, in the mood, suspended political campaigns within the period. In his words, he says, a great tree has fallen and Ghana is poorer for this loss. Adebola, Brooklyn Sunday, NTA News.
That's how we end it on Political Update. One final word very quickly. Are we going to make the January-December budget cycle as advertised? I know you people are working very hard to make that possible.
Certainly.
That's the show. Many thanks for being a part of it. And of course, we're back again on Tuesday for a fresh package. My name is Fisal Gunfi, urging you to stay on with the Nigerian Television Authority, where we give you the very best of news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This is the network service of the NTA.
When music meets dance, love meets poetry, and stories meet drama. Your joy, laughter, smiles and giggles will be all that matter. Let's gather here. Showbuzz. Live life happy.
Can I tell you what it is? Every day on cruise, bad days are gone. Now I am bigger, but fair I got more.